Council meeting April 10th, test 2, test 2.
us today. Madam Clerk, could you confirm that quorum is in fact here?
Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Excellent, and that's made up of Councillors Alex Wilson, Councillor Clark, Councillor Gretsch, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Francis, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Wang, Councillor McMeekin, and Councillor Jackson. And I don't know that anybody is joining us virtually at this point, but if someone does arrive, I'll certainly welcome them as well. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask folks to please stand for the national anthem. Thanks very much. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Before we get started, members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. And before I go on to the approval of the agenda, I just wanted to mention a few small things. One is Kara McLean is here in the crowd with us, I think, somewhere. She's been my chief of staff for about a year. Now she's not here all of a sudden, which is kind of embarrassing, but I just want to thank her for all the great work. I know she's gotten to know many of you over the last year or so. She's leaving my office, and Uzma Qureshi is going to be stepping in as the acting chief of staff. So I just wanted to let you all know that, and to thank Kara very much for the amazing job she's done here. Yes, thank you. It's also, I think, important to acknowledge that today is Eid al-Fitr. So today we'll see many of the Muslim community members celebrating Eid al-Fitr. It's a day that holds a great deal of significance as it marks the end of Ramadan. And I know that the community will be in great celebration with loved ones and wish them a heartfelt Eid Mubarak. Solar eclipse. I wanted to just mention how great that was, right? How great was that? And, you know, the City of Hamilton was the best place to see the solar eclipse, I must say, so that was really great. So thanks everybody that participated. I was at Tim Hortons Field. It was amazing. A lot of planning and preparation went in to the solar eclipse event, and so I want to share a heartfelt thank you on behalf of all of the council and everybody who participated, to the staff. They did a fantastic job. It was amazing to see the spaces that they ensured that people were able to view from. And of course, McMaster University generously provided those glasses so people could view safely. We also had the Jewish Film Festival happen on the weekend, which turned out to be a fantastic event. And I want to thank not only Norm Schlehan and Ryan McHugh for helping us to find a location, but the Ancaster Memorial Arts Centre, who stepped up and rose to the occasion, offering a really great venue. It was quite fantastic. And of course, coming together in times of adversity and strife is truly what Hamilton is all about. So I was pretty proud of that. And then finally, Sikh Heritage Month. Sikh Heritage Month is now. It's the month of April, and we had a lovely celebration to kick off Sikh Heritage Month on Saturday, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. It was a really lovely event, and a number of councillors participated, including Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wang, Councillor Kassar. It was really great to see the Sikh community come together and enjoy this space, our own City Hall, which is their own City Hall, which is fantastic. So now we'll get on to the, thank you for indulging me with that, folks, I appreciate it. We'll get on to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horwath. There is one added communication item, item 53D from Joshua Burrisk, to be received. It's respecting the Mayor Horwath's veto. There is one revised motion, 7-4. It's now resignation and appointment to the Halton Conservation Authority Board of Directors. There is one added notice of motion, 8.1, amendment to item 2 of the Public Health Committee Report 23-007 respecting Hamilton Opioid Action Plan, BOH 23-021 citywide. And there are two added bills, 054, Safe Apartment Buildings Bylaw, and 055, Renovations License and Relocation Bylaw.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Nan. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We actually had a couple more councillors join us in the council chambers, so welcome to Councillor Nan and Councillor Spadafora. We're on to declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? I don't, oh, is that, Councillor McMeekin, do you have a declaration of interest? Oh, okay. Well, that's a good thing. Okay, then we'll go on to the next piece, which is ceremonial activities, of which we have none at this point. So then we're on to approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the March 27th, 2024 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I have a motion on the communications items, please?
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. That communications 5.1 to 511 be approved as presented. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spadafora.
Okay, any discussion on the communications items? Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. I do have a question for staff relating to item 5.11, correspondence from Nadia and David Hamilton respecting enactment of municipal act charges and bylaws, storm sewer work on Osprey Drive, and so on. It relates to item 12.2. And the correspondence is just concerned about charges that are being imposed. So I just wanted to get from staff just an overview of the situation and what charges are required to be paid, if any, by the writers of 5.11.
Okay, thanks very much. I think that would be GM Can, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe, okay, I'm sorry, so but be best by taken by GM Zagaric. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. So with respect to this situation, as part of the 1020 Osprey Drive Bridgestone development, the developer constructed Osprey Drive, and all the necessary services to support the development, including future developments within the area. And in accordance with the city's cost recovery policies, the city is required to pass a bylaw to recover the assessed costs before issuing a permit to connect any existing or dwellings to the municipal services. So if current property owners find a need to connect to these services because of any requirements or failures regarding their current services, those property owners are then required to pay a connection fee, their share of the assessed costs of the infrastructure. And this is in accordance with the Municipal Act. This is a requirement the city has as it relates to recovering assessed costs. And those are the details as it relates to that development and those associated costs relating to that infrastructure.
Councillor Cassar?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor Horvath. Thank you, GM Zagarek. So it sounds like there's a decision point there for the property owners. If they wish to connect, they would pay. If they're satisfied with what they have today and don't wish to connect, they don't need to pay anything. So thank you very much.
Through the mayor, that's correct. Property owners are only subject to payment if they choose to connect to the infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. I don't see anybody else on the list for the correspondence discussion. So we had that moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. So we'll then go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. We're going to now move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole?
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Francis, that council move into Committee of the Whole for the consideration of committee reports.
Thanks very much. Can we go to the vote, please, on moving into Committee of the Whole? Oh, Councillor Cassar, you're on the speakers list again. Oh, it's just from before. Thanks, just have, exactly. That's okay, no problem, Tamara, no problem.
Thank you.
That carries 15-0. So we're on to the committee reports then, and we're starting with 6.1, Public Health Committee Report 24-003, April 2nd, 2024. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have the motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Committee report?
Certainly. Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan that the Public Health Committee Report 24-003, being the meeting held on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none? I'm almost going to look at you, Councillor Cassar, because your name is still on that list. So just give me the, the signal if you're not interested in saying something. Okay, so then we'll go to that vote that was moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Francis. Oh, sorry, Nan, sorry. That was the last one. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Public Works Committee Report 24-004, April 2nd, 2024. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by past Chair Councillor Narinder Nan. The Public Works Committee Report 24-004, being the meeting held on Tuesday, April 2nd, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. That's on the floor then. Is there any discussion on this report? Councillor Jackson, please.
Mayor Horvath, good morning. Thank you. Item 3, roadway safety team expansion. I want to commend Director Carolyn Ryall and Manager Mike Field and the entire division of traffic bylaw and enforcement and planning. This recommendation before us is adding 2 automated speed enforcement cameras to the 2 we currently have across the city. Most of my citizens would know it as photo radar cameras, even though they're officially called automated speed enforcement cameras, ASEs. I've been advocating strongly to mimic what the council at the time of amalgamation did in concert with the police board at that time 24 years ago with red light cameras, when we were one of 6 municipalities that joined together to buy 2 red light cameras at that time. And 24 years later, Hamilton has over 50 red light cameras itself. It's been, above all, most important for traffic safety, intersection light safety, putting the priority on pedestrians and cyclists at our intersections. And I'm hoping that the photo radar camera program will grow and increase from the current 2. Today, if this is ratified, it'll be 4 cameras across our city. But I can only imagine, Mayor Horwath, the enormous demand and requests that are coming across the city. I know in my ward, again, traffic safety has been for a number of years the #1 priority. My main arteries like the Mohawk, the Fennels, the Upper Gauges, Upper Shermans, Upper Ottawas, Mountain Brow Boulevards, all our residents along those streets are demanding, insisting upon photo radar cameras. Our police officers do their best to be wherever they can to enforce traffic speeding, reckless driving, stunt driving. And even now with the warmer weather upon us, we know that the noise decibel levels will be above MTO standards that will start increasing as well. But anyways, this is a small start. I'm grateful for 2 additional cameras and with additional staff that are requested here as well. I know it'll do nothing but enhance the overall roadway safety for our community, above all for pedestrians, cyclists, and may I say, at least in my ward, the majority of motorists that are responsible law-abiding motorists on our roadways. But unfortunately, we just have a few increasing people that just feel like the roadways are theirs to drive through at whatever careless, reckless, irresponsible speeds they want to. These cameras, I'm telling you, Mayor Horwath, they're such an effective tool, and they're an additional tool to help our police services as well, because we can't have a police officer everywhere 24/7. So I'm strongly supportive and hope Director Ryall will take under advisement, at least from Ward 6, don't stop at 4 cameras. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to put it on the record here that item 3B, it talks about 6 new roadway safety team permanent full-time equivalents, but in C, it makes it pretty clear that these full-time equivalents will come with no impact to the tax levy in 2024 and in future years. While we may not be able to project way out into the future, in the near future, unless driver behavior changes, these cameras are paying for themselves and paying for the staff. So I want to thank staff for putting that in there.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Any further speakers? I don't see anybody on the list. Okay, then we'll go to the vote. Moved by Councillor Spatafora and seconded by Councillor Nan. That carries 15-0. We're now on to the General Issues Committee Report 24-006, April 3rd, 2024. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison that the General Issues Committee Report 24-006, being the meeting held Wednesday, April 3rd of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Councillor Clark, did you wish to speak to this? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It would be with regards to item 9, the waiving of the street festival fees for use on-street parking. In C, it talks about doing this in out years beyond 2024. May I ask staff, are we going to, or is there a direction currently to have staff explore the cost that we are charging to parades, street festivals, all of those chargebacks that ultimately just eat out of their budget for the festival. So when they're closing a street, they have to pay for that. When they're hiring police, they have to pay for that, et cetera, et cetera. Is there, do we have direction, Mayor, that they're going to be looking at that? I honestly cannot recall.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure who would be responding to that particular matter. Who kind of is responsible for the seat and all the pieces that we do? Okay, up at the top.
Through the chair, Director Ryle of Transportation Services. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So there was a motion that was put forward during the budget process, directing transportation to work with other divisions throughout the organization to come back with the cost for the closures of different events that are coming through SEAT. So that is something that the division will be working collaboratively across the city, and the plan is to bring that back for the upcoming budget cycle throughout this calendar year.
Mayor, I thank Director Ryle. She has a much better memory than me. I could vaguely recall it, but I wasn't sure. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Thanks, Director Ryle. I don't see any further speakers on the list for this item. So we'll go to the vote now. It was moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Taddison. That carries 15-0. Thanks all. 6.4 now is Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Special Report 24-005, April 4th, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Special Report?
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Spadafora, that the Audit, Finance Administration Committee Special Report 24-005, being that the meeting held on Thursday, April 4th, be received.
Any discussion on that report? Councillor, Maureen Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just looking for some procedural advice. Normally, I would look to an item, and there's only one item as I take it, and it's not numbered, so I want to be recorded as opposed to the direction that came out of that special committee. So I just want to, it just looks like a different format. If I could just have some feedback on that. Thank you.
Clerk Pilon?
Through the chair, the report is for information only, so it would be A3, and then whichever, I'm not sure of which item you would like to be voted on separately. Is it?
Thank you, Acting Clerk Janet. I want to make sure I'm recorded as opposed to B on page 4, B1, B2, and C, C1, C2, C3.
Okay, so it would be a separate vote on item F, I, B, C, B and C. Right?
F, I,
Maybe I'm missing it.
B,
Sorry, it's in the information section. I've just been reminded by the acting deputy. My cold wouldn't have, my brain's not working properly, but anyway, we would have to lift that item first, add it as item 1, and then vote on it separately. So if we want to first lift item F, I, C, and D.
If just to help, my vote is going to be consistent, like the same for all of those. So but easier to just lift them collectively, would it? Through the chair.
So you'd like to lift all of item F?
Please and thank you.
F, I, okay. So we're going to lift item F.
so that's moved by
I.
Councillor Wilson to lift item F, I.
Seconded by Councillor.
And that's seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you for walking me through that.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Clark Is this on the lifting motion, Councillor Clark? Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
So I understand the intent of the councillor so that her votes are consistent. The challenge is that we do not have a report back from our staff or Mr. Scanlon's team. This was a decision that was made at the committee and referred to them to come back with a fulsome report on those requests. And at that point, we would be voting on it. So, I mean, I'm fine if the majority wants to lift it here now, but the reality is there's nothing before us until AF&A gets the final report and makes the determination to recommend to this body. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a duly moved and seconded motion to lift. Councillor Crutch?
Not to put too fine of a point on it, but I do really think it's F, I, B, and C. If we were to also take A out, then we would also be talking about receiving the report. So A is excluded from this, Councillor Wilson, so it's just B and C.
All right. So we do have a motion on the floor to lift from the Audit Finance Administration Committee Special Report, Section F, Item 1, or I guess Section F, I, B, and C. Okay, so let's take the vote on that unless there's further discussion. The lifting carries 14 to 1. Thanks very much. Then I'll go to I'm sorry. Oh, okay, that's 15 to 0 then, correct? All right, Councillor Nan's correcting her vote. Oh, okay, so you were recorded that way. It was Councillor Clark was the one opposed. So it remains 14 to 1. Thank you very much. And now then on to the motion on item 1. Go ahead, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I certainly recognize the procedural language as articulated by Councillor Clark, but I think my position is I do not, at this time, under this crunch, according to my principles, which have guided me in my deliberations at the Development Charges Subcommittee, support the further analysis. So while I appreciate that there has been no report back with the findings of the impact, I don't support the going back to staff. I support the original recommendations and the principles upon which they're based. So therein lies my position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Okay, I'm just wanting to make sure, Councillor Clark, did you want to speak to this? Okay, please go ahead.
And I want to be delicate because I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parades or recommendations that were made. And the challenge is the deadline, we have to have everything approved in May. Because as of June 1, the DCs come into effect. And so a number of these changes were not contemplated in the consultation that went out. Some of them were requests that were made predominantly from the development industry, and some were what I would call niche requests, specifically childcare and early years programming and the airport. I believe Councillor Wilson is correct. I support that. We gave direction. The report came back. And while we can most certainly amend that report, which is in the purview of council, the challenge is we have historically as a council accepted the advice of Mr. Zagaric, GM Zagaric, accepted the advice of Mr. Scanlon from, I forget the name of his company, Watson and Associates, thank you very much. They do a remarkable job, and the documents that are used for that development charge, folks, are about that thick. So it's about 5 inches, I guess. And it's all about capital needs across the city and what development pays for and what they don't pay for. The ones that are being suggested here is a change to the exemptions in the downtown core. And I have concerns about interfering with the process that was already underway. We were phasing it out over time. So I'm going to be I'll vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just to add a little bit of visibility, because we're lifting what seems like a somewhat technical, FI, BB, kind of that. So just what we're talking about here is we do development charges every couple of years. That's how we're paying. We have a term of council priority that talks about shifting the burden off of residential taxpayers and looking at other property classes that haven't necessarily maybe been paying their fair share to help grow our city. We've been doing a lot of work at the staff level. We heard about some of the work that goes into getting those numbers, and proposals came forward. We also heard from stakeholders that they wanted a bit more information. I think I've been quite clear that that flexibility to find maybe that perfect balance isn't on the table under Bill 23. We can't say that we're undergoing undue financial hardship like we've never had before, and then also say, but maybe we have some more money over here under discretionary exemptions. If this wasn't a term of council priority, I would feel fine about getting more information, but I think we've said where we stand on this. We don't necessarily need to look at under every rock. We've said what our priorities are at a high level, and I think this is one of those places that we can move a little bit faster, save a little bit of time, and allow our staff to focus on the scope of work as they've originally kind of foreseen it. So I'll be voting against B and C, and I'd ask the clerk, I'm assuming that's a no vote now that it's been lifted, is to do that, just making sure given the procedure that we're there. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. I wanted to also speak about, though, the path to where we are today. There was a DC subcommittee, and at the second meeting, I had asked about early years. But because we instituted public meetings, that early years motion actually kept getting pushed further and further out. So today we are at this moment where it feels like we're trying to shoehorn significant thoughts around different exemptions. But the process to get here, especially because the DC bylaws really only get refreshed every 5 years, it does feel like it's a very unclear process. It's unclear how the DC subcommittee could have influenced more. It is also odd because of how we had cybersecurity, and then there was a bumping of different items. So I think that this whole entire DC bylaw process has been very convoluted and impacted by multiple other factors. So it is unfortunate that we are here today. Ideally, this would have been cleaned up far earlier, but I ask that committee consider these amendments and motion because of all of the challenges that we've had and the fact that we also never had a chance to see the alternative scenarios even at DC subcommittee, and we never saw them in any of our AFA conversations as well. So this is an attempt at trying to provide additional information so we can feel much more informed as to how we are making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Danko, please, and then Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time. That's what I have on the list, just to let people know. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief, just consistent with my comments at the AFNA committee, which I don't sit on, so I appreciate being able to have this vote today at council. I think my position since I was first elected in 2018 has been that we as a council should remove all discretionary DC exemptions. I think, we've heard from private business stakeholders, they're always going to come in front of this council and claim that they don't have enough money and that they need DC exemptions, which are taxpayer subsidies, in order for them to proceed with this project or that project. And I think we need to take that with a little bit of grain of salt. There are some legitimate concerns, certainly from the current business climate. However, I am not interested in passing along discretionary DC exemptions to the tax levy, which is where any and all DC exemptions, discretionary DC exemptions, need to be funded. And as Councillor Alex Wilson said, the province stepped in with Bill 23 and essentially set what the city's DC exemptions priorities are going to be. So as far as I'm concerned, if the province wanted any of these other discretionary DC exemptions, then they would also step in and set those. But the fact is, we're spending tens of millions of dollars a year funding those now unfunded discretionary DC exemptions and the DC exemptions that are imposed on us through Bill 23. DCs, unfortunately, are also a very blunt tool. Once an exemption is in place, there is no opportunity through council motion or ability to either amend that bylaw or to make one-off changes. And a far better way is to do grant programs. So if we identify as a council, for example, early years centers or nonprofit or whatever it is that we identify those as community interest that should receive a taxpayer subsidy, then a grant program is way to go, not a DC exemption, because then we have control over the application process, who qualifies for those grants, and the type of development or business that would then qualify those grants, and we have control over that process. So I will be opposed to further information from staff and further, I'm just not interested in going down the road of opening the door to discretionary DC exemptions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kretsch, please.
I'm also grateful to hear council to discuss this because I wasn't able to attend the April 4th meeting as I had a conflict, other city business, and so it's my only chance to weigh in on this, so I appreciate that opportunity. Just what Councillor Danko said, frankly, this is a very blunt instrument, development charges, but it's what the province has decided we're going to use to help fund infrastructure and other kinds of things when it comes to development in our city. This is the mechanism. We start providing exemptions here that last in perpetuity, and not using a grant program, I think that's not the right way to go here. We have to look at these things case by case. We have a site application process that looks at sites, site by site by site. We're often sat here at a planning committee looking at these individual decisions and considering the context for them. So I'm not on for this, and I'll be voting opposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I don't see anybody else on the list for a first time, so we'll go to Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath, and I appreciate that my comments and frankly the comments of some of my colleagues weigh into the substance of what could be, should be, will be deliberated. But I just want to reiterate some of the themes that are emerging. DCs are convoluted. They're a mathematical formula. They come in thick binders. They're not meant to be publicly accessible or understandable, frankly. So try as we may, more public consultation, frankly, is limited in terms of trying to make that more accessible. Secondly, the term blunt instrument has been used a couple of times, and I would argue appropriately so. I think I'll only speak for myself. I eagerly signed up the first term of council to the DC subcommittee because I thought herein lies an opportunity for us to affect development patterns, and herein lies an opportunity and charge the full cost, which, by the way, I'm always, if you want to build a house out in the boonies, in the suburbs, in the rural areas, go to it, but you pay the full shot. We can't do that with this tool, regrettably. Then I thought, okay, maybe we can affect unit size. Maybe we can affect and uplift some of our other priorities. We can't do that. So, according to nobody's surprise, we get folks who have come to this chamber, and we welcome them, but have never come to this chamber and talked about the wholesomeness of this city and its how to make it thrive. They're asking for a cut. And I get it. But we have also learned to my colleagues that this is not the tool in which to use to try and affect our priorities. And we heard Mr. Scanlon say that he favors grants. Why? Because they're the tool which enable us to uplift and affect our priorities. Green standards in buildings, we can do that. We can't do that through DC exemptions. Family-sized units, we can do that with grants and encourage that downtown and other urban nodes. We can't do that with DC exemptions. So we've also said, let's continue the path of trying to invigorate, restore, make us competitive. My argument is this is not the way in which to do it. And we're subsidizing through a tool that was never meant to be used to achieve our whole of city objectives. So that's why I want to spare us and staff the cost and the expense, particularly at this time of doing that work, when I know it would be disingenuous of me to support that work when I don't support this tool because it won't get us to where we'd like to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wang for a second time, please.
Thank you. And I deeply, deeply respect the words that Councillor Maureen Wilson has just relayed. But I think that what I've also heard from the industrial community, what I've also heard from our economic development teams is that development charges is a necessary tool in which we attract economic development to our city. I wonder if I could ask perhaps GM Zagaric or Supervisor Gillies on their perspective from an economic development perspective on how development charges are used as a attraction tool for manufacturing investment, for any type of industrial investment that where we're actively trying to shift the ratio to the industrial side or the investment side.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Jim Zagaric, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll start and I'll invite Acting General Manager Robichaud to add on. There are some statutory exemptions as it relates to non-residential industrial where the provincial government imposes those discounts across the province, across municipalities in an effort to incentivize a manufacturing or industrial activity. Beyond those statutory exemptions, the City of Hamilton does have broad industrial exemptions as well, and industrial including all industrial that is manufacturing, from manufacturing to fulfillment facilities. And so the city provides further exemptions or discounts across the industrial sector. We also provide discounts not only to the industrial or manufacturing sector, but to the commercial sector as well. And then it extends beyond industrial commercial to agriculture as well. So with respect to the non-residential, the city does provide discounts, not exemptions, but discounts to development charges in an effort to facilitate or incentivize non-residential development. That is in part the exercise we are going through now and lead up to the next bylaw with respect to the size of those discounts, given that the legislative environment has changed, and it's changed principally through Bill 109 and Bill 23, and recognizing that these discretionary exemptions are stacked onto statutory exemptions. So yes, we do provide further exemptions beyond statutory. Yes, we do provide this across all non-residential sectors. And the purpose is to incentivize development and to affect that employment population ratio that the province sets targets for as it relates to not only density of residential population per acre, but density of employment lands per acre as well.
Thanks very much. GM Robichaud, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. In terms of, and Mr. Zagaric is right, the city's official plan does lay out population, household, and employment targets, and how do we achieve those employment targets to ensure that we're not effectively becoming a bedroom community and seeking a balance and growth in employment opportunities within the city, whether it's office-related employment, service-related employment, or traditional industrial employment within our industrial business parks. Businesses will be looking at the City of Hamilton in terms of the ability, in terms of quality of life, relative attractiveness, labor access to labor force, but in addition to site development costs and then ongoing operating costs relative to other municipalities where they can locate these large and site characteristics to accommodate the nature of new industrial development that we are seeing, which is very large and is actually making a shift, becoming more dense in terms of number of employees. We did have that situation years ago where there was a concern that industrial development might only have 2, 3, or 4 workers in that building, but some of our larger fulfillment centers are showing that the employment density is quite significant in terms of the number of employees, in addition to the value of that industrial development. So those larger buildings, often what's in the box is worth just as much as the actual box itself in terms of technology and equipment and the inventory that is stored there. And then also then the relative attractiveness or competitiveness of the City of Hamilton to our other municipalities. We've enjoyed growth in the industrial sector in the City of Hamilton based on site characteristics, but also looking at the cost to develop those sites, both the initial costs through site development costs, development charges, and then property tax considerations. And then, so when that capital is looking at where to invest, we had that situation years ago where neighbors along the 403 were able to be more relatively attractive, and the city lost out on those investment opportunities. So it's about trying to achieve that balance between the initial site development costs, which is some is borne by the developer directly in terms of the infrastructure costs. There's the development charges component, and then there's also then the ongoing property tax component. And some of our industrial developers are now in our top 5 in terms of what they are paying in property taxes. So it's trying to achieve that, as we previously said, that sweet spot between tax revenue, development charges, and relative attractiveness, while we're seeking that balance between jobs and household growth within the City of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, you still have the floor, and we now have 2 further first-time speakers, which will come after you, Councillor Beattie and Councillor Tadison. Go ahead, please.
Perhaps as follow-on then through you, Mayor, to GM Robichaud, how effective, as we heard from your previous statements, it was very effective several years ago. As you know, we are in a very different economic climate, and we are seeing the fruits of that work from previous years. But if we hamper some of the development charges today, or sorry, on May the 2nd when we make this decision, and again, this council doesn't have all of the information from all of the different stakeholders, especially from our economic development team, I worry that in several years from now, we will not see that same economic boom. And in fact, we will then have failed on our strategic priority number 1, which is to essentially shift that ratio from residential to industrial investment. This is my primary concern. So perhaps I could ask GM Robichaud to weigh in and say that at the May 2nd information, at that decision point, how will this ultimately affect investment in the years coming forward?
I'm happy to have GM Robichaud respond, but I just want to caution that that kind of forecast might not be something he's prepared to do, especially since the whole point of this is, on your request, is to get more information of that nature.
Yes.
But I'll send it to GM Robichaud if he wants to make a comment, and then I'm going to move on to the other first-time speakers. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Mayor to the Councillor, the concern is that the city will lose that relative attractiveness in terms of new industrial development, whether it's manufacturing or storage logistics component, and that if the city is no longer relative to attractive, loses its relative attractiveness for investment, then those investment decisions will not be within the City of Hamilton, and we will see the scenario where investments were further along the 403 or along the 401 and other communities, and that which will then become, we will have population growth without employment growth is not a situation where we want to be. And that is some of the comments, just preliminary feedback from the industrial developers, that as they are revisiting their pro formas and modeling the impacts of possible development charge changes, they are concerned as to what that means as we start moving forward in terms of revisiting the development charges bylaw. Thank you.
Thanks, GM Robichaud, and Thank you, Councillor Wang. So we now have Councillor Beattie and then Councillor Tattison, both for a first time.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. A comment and then a question. I'm a little confused about where we're going. We ask for reports back all the time, and I admit that in some cases I've been hesitant on some of the asks, but I can't recall a time when I've ever voted against asking for more information. I stand to be corrected on that. So I'm not sure why we would so strongly oppose asking for more data to come back in order to make a thoroughly balanced decision, and this is an important one. We've heard multiple points, we've heard multiple opinions around the horseshoe during this conversation already, and they're all valid. But I would ask those who may oppose asking for more information that perhaps the data that comes back may support the direction that you want to go and bolster those opinions and directions. But we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So I'm going to support the ask for the information to come back. My question, through you, Mayor, would be if the report doesn't come back, what happens next? What do we do if the report doesn't come back?
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Just to clarify, you mean if this motion passes and no report comes back, where do we stand? Just to clarify, is that what you're talking about?
So we've pulled out the ask for the report to vote on separately. If it fails, then my understanding would be that there will be no report coming back. So my question is, if that happens, what happens after that?
Jim Zagarek, would you have a sense of that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the request that's before council is for staff to provide further information with respect to these potential amendments to the DC exemptions. When the item is before council in May for a decision with respect to exemptions, it doesn't preclude committee and council to proceed with any scenario of DC exemptions, whether they've been presented to committee previously or not. So again, it's always an option for committee and council to amend what is before committee through the recommendation report. So recognizing currently what has been presented to the recommendation, currently the information that's been presented to committee does not include these scenarios or these options with respect to DC exemptions. It doesn't preclude committee from considering these when committee ultimately makes a decision on DC exemptions through the approval of the bylaw.
Councillor Beattie?
Thank you. Thank you for the response, James Zagarek, and through you, Mayor. Then just to clarify, I mean, I think I'm begging the question, and I'm not intending to do so, but we will then proceed to make the decision without any additional information about the scenarios provided back.
Jim Zagarek?
Yeah. Through the chair, yes, staff will not have reported with respect to that information. If those questions are raised to staff during future committee meetings, staff would make best efforts to try to answer those questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Tattison, please go ahead.
I think it was my understanding at AFNA that the intent was to get more information. I think we had a vote. It was supported. And I think at that time, I'll ask the bench, maybe GM Zagarek, wasn't much of this work well underway? You were anticipating us to go that way? So most of the work, not most of the work, but a majority of the work is completed?
Jim Zagarek?
Through the chair, through you, Madam Mayor, I wouldn't say that the majority of the work was completed. Staff, in anticipation based on a earlier committee meeting, started to review what was previously proposed as it relates to direction. Staff met last week, staff met again last night with respect to looking at these potential scenarios in lead up to May. So again, staff are endeavoring to bring information together to consider a number of factors with respect to the request that's before committee today for expanded analysis those conversations have included as well alignment of this information to council priorities, to provincial programs. So in summary, the work has not been completed. It is underway. I would not describe it as well underway. We would be working towards that May date.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you for that, GM Zagaric. So what I did understand was that it was well underway and that you were preparing for it. And so for me, I don't think it's disingenuous to ask staff to come back and give us more information so that, as another councillor just said, it's convoluted. The DCs are convoluted. So that means even though they are a blunt instrument, I think it's important, as acting GM Robichaud said, that we need to hit the we need to hit the sweet spot in terms of keeping Hamilton attractive. So I'm going to be supporting the motion and not trying to stop getting more information about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Before we go to the vote, though, we will just clarify what it is we're voting on. So, Councillor Nam, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Also appreciating a chance to speak to this as I wasn't at AFNA last week. And I do appreciate how convoluted this process is. My first term at council really struggled understanding the DC process, and it took literally 4 years for me to get there. But one thing that I do want to recognize in what I'm hearing around the table is actually the strategic conversation that is missing for us to debate and consider as a council that would advance our term of council priorities. And that would be some of what Acting GM Robichaud mentioned, as well as GM Zagaric mentioned, in terms of how are we going to maintain our attractiveness as a municipality as we prepare to build this city for the future. And as we have future generations to tend to and care for and deliberately consider as we're making our decisions as a council, a big piece of that is transforming our waterfront that has been historically plagued with a legacy of dirty industry that has caused detrimental impact to the environment, to multiple species, and adjacent residential neighborhoods. It has had real, live health consequences. And so when I think about that triple bottom line of social, environmental, and economic development for our city, I think it's really important for us to think about those incentive programs that get us and land us the green industry that future Hamiltonians will be proud to work in. And so from that perspective, I understand that the DC program itself may not be the most appropriate tool, but I do have faith that this council is capable of looking at the issues, identifying the incentive programs as recommended by staff, and perhaps that's where we need to be diving a little bit more deeper into doing some good work that will continue Hamilton's attractiveness moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so we're going to go to a vote, but just to be clear, what we're voting on is item F, I, B, and C. If you vote in favor of the motion on the floor, you are voting to not have further information come forward. Okay, let's try. Okay, so maybe I should go to the clerk and ask for this. Oh, I see what, yes. If you're voting in favor, you want to keep those things in. If you're voting against those items, you are saying we don't want to have any further information. Correct. All right, so correct. In front of us are F, I, B, and C. A vote for remains then with the further information coming forward. A vote against takes those things away, that further information. All right, thank you very much. Glad I got myself figured out there. So then we can have the vote up, please. That carries 8-7. Okay, thanks very much. We are now on to the balance of the report. Is there anything further in terms of discussion on the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report? Seeing none. There's a Councillor Nance on the list, but I think that was from the previous debate. So then we go to the vote, please. Thank you. That carries 15 to 0. We are on to now item 6.5, I believe, which is the Planning Committee Report 24-004, April 5th, 2024. Councillor Cassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report?
Yes, you may, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by First Vice Chair, Councillor Maureen Wilson, that Planning Committee Report 24-004, being the meeting held on Friday, April 5th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. That's on the floor then. Are there any speakers to this report? Councillor Danko, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is on item 2, development rezoning approval for 81 and 87 Rymal Road East. Just want to share my appreciation to city staff, in particular Director Binu Kora, that worked on this file. Council will recall when this originally came forward in December, we were in the situation where we would approve the rezoning for 220 new residential housing units, but they wouldn't actually be able to be built because the servicing was reliant on servicing passing through adjacent private property. So it seemed a little counterintuitive that we would be, doing all this work to approve development that actually couldn't be built. So staff took that away. They worked on the engineering approvals on the growth management side, and were able to come to a way that the developer does have a path forward that they can actually get these units built. And we also received the rare step of having the developer actually come forward with a letter to committee stating their commitment to actually build as soon as possible, which I think is really good news for our community. It's been kind of an ongoing challenge, as you know, that we approve all these development applications, but a fraction of them get built. So in this case, we do have a developer that is committed to building on this site. And as I said, 220 new residential housing units, a mix of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, family size on a transit-oriented corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I don't see anybody further on this speakers list. So if there is no other discussion, we will go to the report as a whole of 6.5. Moved and seconded duly. That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. Good job, folks. We're now going to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I have a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole, please?
Certainly, that council rise from the Committee of the Whole, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wayne.
Okay. Go with the vote, please.
Thank you.
Okay, that carries 15 to 0. We're on to motions. 7.1, reconsideration of the decision that was approved at the March 29th, 2023 council meeting respecting item 6.11B, the Integrity Commissioner's report regarding a conflict of interest complaint against Councillor Pauls dated March 23rd, 2023. Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion to reconsider an item previously approved by council?
Thank you, Mayor. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. The purpose of this reconsideration is that since the original Code of Conduct findings by the former Integrity Commissioner and subsequent council sanctions levied against Councillor Pauls in March of 2023 regarding her conflict of interest complaint due to her role on the Police Services Board, new information is come forward with new findings from the city's current Integrity Commissioner from February of 2024. So therefore, reconsideration of this specific item will give this council a straight majority vote opportunity to either confirm the original sanctions issued against Councillor Pauls or to rescind those sanctions and replace them with alternative direction. And just so Council is fully clear on the process here, this is a three-part process. The first is the reconsideration vote to enable us to put this on the table. That's a 2/3 majority. Then there will be a vote on the original sanctions decided by a straight majority. If that passes, the original sanctions stand. If it fails, then there's an opportunity for alternative direction.
Thanks very much. You just did part of my job for me. That's really great. Thanks, Councillor Danko. So just to be clear, the debate right now is the debate on reconsideration. So I have Councillor Clark on reconsideration. When that is completed, that discussion's completed, then we'll go to the vote, which will be requiring a 2/3 majority to reconsider. So Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
So the original decision was to receive the Integrity Commissioner's report, and the policy states that we have delegated that authority to the Integrity Commissioner. So then the question becomes, are we in order when we are interfering with that policy, or do we now have the opportunity to ignore whatever policy is written down and do what we want?
I'll go to the clerk, but it's my understanding that we've had a subsequent Integrity Commissioner report, which was different from the initial report, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll go to the acting clerk to clarify if I'm incorrect. But so we would still be within the policy because we're now acting on the most up-to-date, most current Integrity Commissioner report. Acting clerk?
Through the mayor, the council didn't simply receive the Integrity Commissioner's report in March of 2023. They also supported the actions contained within the city of the IC's report.
Is that in the minutes? I thought we received it.
It is in the minutes.
So can I ask another question? Do we now debate the reconsideration, or do we debate the next motion that's coming, Mayor?
So right now, we're debating the reconsideration, and it'll take 2/3 to actually have that reconsideration succeed, and then we go on to the debate of the previous decision, the original decision.
So
in
speaking to the reconsideration, I would remind my colleagues that the Integrity Commissioner has always maintained that if a councillor complies with their advice, the councillor is indemnified against any further complaints on the matter. The Integrity Commissioner last term gave the advice to Councillor Pauls, advising of a conflict and the need to recuse herself during the budget votes at the Police Service Board. Subsequently to the receipt of that memorandum of advice, the councillor ignored that advice, commented and voted. A complaint was filed, the IC investigated and reprimanded the councillor, including the loss of 15 days of salary as a penalty, as the councillor did not comply with their advice, their memorandum of advice. The penalty was based on the councillor ignoring the advice. Council asked for advice, the councillor asked for advice from the new IC. The new IC has advised the councillor that most of the time there is no pecuniary interest, but the councillor needs to declare conflicts during specific budget motions that may impact her son take-home pay on a go-forward basis. The IC did not make his decision retroactive. The issue before us is not that the new IC has a different opinion for this term. The issue before us is that the councillor did not comply with the previous Integrity Commissioner's memorandum of advice. Council as a whole has always maintained the delegation of these investigations, decisions and penalties to the IC to maintain impartial arm's length decisions. It's my opinion that reconsidering is contrary to that policy. By voting to reconsider and eliminate that penalty, this council is now creating a precedence for all future IC decisions that this council is asserting their primacy on such decisions, which in my opinion negatively impacts the credibility of the policy and the position of the Integrity Commissioner. So I'll be voting against the reconsideration.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any other speakers to the reconsideration motion. So we will go to the vote then on reconsideration, which requires a 2/3 majority. Okay, the reconsideration was defeated. So now we're on to the next item on the agenda because the further motions that Councillor Danko has cannot be put forward. Thanks very much, everybody. We're then on to 7.2, which is Ward 7, Ward 8's Special Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Funds for Concession Street, Business Improvement Area, Hamilton Mountain Total Solar Eclipse Viewing Party. Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is in response to the amazing eclipse that we all experienced on Monday. The Concession Street BIA put on a bit of a party, so this direction is just to provide some funding for that. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Spatafora, that a grant at an upset limit not exceeding $6,000 be provided to the Concession Street Business Improvement Area to subsidize costs for a Concession Street Business Improvement Area total solar eclipse viewing party, including protective solar eclipse viewing sunglasses, refreshments, entertainment, security, and cleanup, to be funded equally by the Ward 7 Special Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund and the Ward 8 Special Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund. That any funds allocated and distributed be exempt and not counted toward any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including the City Enrichment Fund for the years 2024 and 2025, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And just very briefly, it was an amazing gathering. As part of the BIA gathering, it included Sam Lawrence Park, which is in Ward 8, so that's my half of this commitment, and the other half, the Concession Street BIA along the escarpment in Councillor Paul's area. Very happy to provide some funding, even though it's after the fact. I'm sure the BIA is very appreciative of the support from council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Who was your seconder? I'm sorry.
Councillor Spatafora.
Okay, that's great. So I don't see any further speakers on this item, so we can go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. 7.3 is the Hamilton Farmers Market Board of Directors resignation and appointment. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Happily, my seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson. The council accept Councillor Jeff Beatty's resignation from the Hamilton Farmers Market Board of Directors and appoint Councillor Huang in his place.
Thanks very much. I don't see any discussion on this. No? Okay. We will go to the vote. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. The next one, 7.4, Halton Conservation Authority Board. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Councillor Wang. Halton Conservation Authority Board of Directors resignation and appointment revised. So can we have Councillor Alex Wilson please put your motion forward?
Happy to do so. Very similar to the last one. This is a motion that states that council accept Councillor Maureen Wilson's resignation from the Halton Conservation Authority Board of Directors effective immediately and appoint Councillor John Paul Danko to the board in place.
Thanks very much. And who was your seconder? I'm sorry.
Apologies, my seconder is Councillor Kretsch.
Okay. I don't see any speakers on this, so we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Congratulations, Councillor Danko. We are now on to notices of motion. Let's see, amendment to item 2 of the Public Health Committee Report 23-007 respecting Hamilton Opioid Action Plan, BOH 23021 citywide. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have your motion to waive the rules?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cretch, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting an amendment to item 2 of the Public Health Committee Report 23-007 respecting Hamilton Opioid Action Plan, BOH 23021. The reason that I'm seeking to waive the rules is that this council unanimously declared an opioid crisis. And we know that there is one drug-related death every 2 days in Hamilton, or 3.6 deaths per week. And when we first had a discussion about this way back in February, the sentiment then was we need to get on with actions to address this. And it is within that vein which I would like to introduce this motion today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Don't see anybody on the speakers list on the reconsideration. Oh, Councillor Tattison. Or not the reconsideration, on the waiving of the rules, sorry.
Not sure exactly where the questions are to be asked about this, but I get the immediacy of it. But what was the original intent? Is that for later, or?
Yeah, so if, I mean, we're not really debating the actual motion until we have permission to do so, and that comes with the waiving of the rules. So that's what's before us right now, the waiving of the rules. Councillor Danko, are you on for the waiving of the rules, or no? Okay. I don't see anybody then on the waiving of the rules. So can we have that vote? It requires a 2/3 majority to be able to succeed. So that carries 14-1. Thanks very much. And now just, if you don't mind, Councillor Tattison, I'll go to the mover. We have to go to the person who waived the rules to get the motion on the floor, and I'll have her make a few comments upon doing so. So Councillor Wilson, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I will not read the motion into the public record as it has been stated previously when we had this deliberation in January. However, I will draw your attention and the public's attention to the proposed amendment. And that is set out in 2D, that the $667,000 be used and divvied up, if you will, into D1 and D2, which is to have $300,000 allocated to the YWCA for their safer use space, and 2, that the other half, the $300,000, be set to go to the an embedded harm reduction in men's emergency shelters, and that that this said amount of $667,000 be funded as it was originally proposed through the Early Years System Reserve 11218. Thank you. If I could speak to it.
Sure, please go ahead.
Thank you. I need a seconder is in Councillor Cretch.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for your support for allowing us to deliberate this as a motion today. As I set out in my rationale, we know that the City of Hamilton and the residents of Hamilton have been dealing with an above-average opioid crisis for many years. And I think this body took those conditions very seriously in declaring a crisis, but more so in creating and approving an opioid action table and an action plan. It's not good enough, we said, to declare a crisis. We need to create some action behind that. And to that end, Council directed staff to engage with a diverse group of community partners to create an evidence-based harm reduction plan. And the objectives of the Hamilton Opioid Action Plan were threefold. Reduce the number of deaths associated with opioids. 2, reduce the harms associated with opioid use. And 3, increase access to a spectrum of treatment options. We know that this crisis is deepening, and it requires focus, and it requires leadership. We know that the crisis is aided and abetted by other factors such as poverty, inadequate housing, and an overstretched shelter service system. We know that we have to get on with showing results, and that's what the community told us. In June of last year, this council unanimously voted in support of that opioid action plan. And embedded in that opioid action plan were phases of action. One action was to provide for a safe consumption site in the men's shelter system. That direction was given unanimously, and staff went about to fulfill that direction. What they found out was there were, at the time, no takers for that direction, and they came back from Housing Services with a modified direction, which was to provide for harm reduction. The Board of Health had a very good and serious deliberation about that, and it was pointed out that certainly while there's value to that, that was not the unanimous direction that Public Health and Council ratified in their support of the opioid action plan, and that was safe consumption. Then we asked the question, in bringing forward this recommendation, was consultation had with the opioid action table and the drug steering committee? And the answer was no. So the Board of Health requested that staff do that consultation, and this is the resulting recommendation, that while the YWCA obviously is not a men's shelter system, we do know that it's been effective with 0 deaths, I believe, since its operation in providing safe consumption. So half of the money is going to continue to support that action, those outcomes, which is life. And the remaining $300,000 is to be for harm reduction within the men's shelter. So I could go on, but I will not, and I'd be happy, I know staff are here to address your questions, should you have any, and I request your consideration of this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. We have a speakers list, and I'm just going to read through it. We have Councillor Taddison. I had thought Councillor Danko was second on that list, but it's not that way on my screen. So Councillor Taddison, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Danko, Councillor Jackson. So please go ahead, Councillor Taddison.
So I'm not saying that I don't support this plan. I just want to understand from staff, what was the criteria for the original funding? Can anyone answer that? The exact criteria?
Jan Mader?
Good morning, Grace Mader, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through the chair, I'm going to turn to Director Julie Prieto to answer the councillors' questions.
Director Prieto, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. And Julie Prieto, Director of Epidemiology and Wellness Public Health. Through you, Chair, to the councillor, just to confirm, you're looking at the direction for the original $667,000. Yeah, so in the opioid action plan that was approved in June of 2023, those dollars were earmarked for a safe consumption space in a men's shelter. And so, as Councillor Wilson indicated, we put out a call for applicants and no one did respond to that call.
Okay, so it was originally meant for a men's shelter. And who determined that it has to be a shelter? Was that the city?
Through you, Chair, to the councillors. So that was part of the ongoing conversations we had with community partners and those who sat around the Hamilton Drug Strategy Steering Committee that worked to come up with this plan. And noting that, we do continue to recognize that men are disproportionately impacted by the opioid crisis. And so that was really the factor sort of behind working with the men's shelter system.
Councillor Chattison?
Can anyone expand on the conversations the city had with the YMCA in relation to this, even though they're not a shelter, they do lodge men? Was there any conversations with the YMCA?
Director Prieto?
Through you, Chair, to the councillors. So the YMCA certainly was consulted. They are not part of the men's shelter system that we consulted with when we looked at, or what we put out, a call for applicants.
If the YMCA was willing to put in a supervised safe consumption site for men, would they be considered a candidate even though they're not a shelter, if we're the ones determining the criteria?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor. So again, the decision was that it was a safe consumption space in a men's shelter, and so they were not approached as far as when the call for applicants went out.
Councillor Chattison?
I would like to just say that I didn't want to lift this at this time, or raise it at this time, because I want to do further investigation with the YMCA and their intent. And I'm just not sure that they were given the full opportunity to provide, to have an opportunity to utilize this funding within their framework. So that's why I originally didn't support, because I wanted to do some more information. If this is the best that we can do at this point, I will support it. However, I do want to say that I think that the YMCA was led to believe that they were not eligible to put forth a plan because they're not a shelter, even though they do lodge men. And so I think that there would be willingness on their part to explore that, and I'm just not sure that that was done. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chattison. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. I'll be supporting this. I think the original recommendation that came back when we had no applicants was disheartening and put us in a weird spot, because we said this money is going to go to a safer use space. It's going to be there for safe consumption. And as we saw the presentation from the YWCA, the model they proposed, that was what we were chasing after, hoping someone from the men's sector would come forward. They didn't. And then we were in this weird spot where we had the money and we had the public health mandate asking us to look at supporting men, but we didn't have the safe use piece. So even though I'm not 100% in love with every part of this motion, I'm supporting it because I think it's the best balance and compromise we're going to get under the circumstances. And there's a tremendous amount of urgency around this. People have been waiting on this decision for a very long time. Delaying it, I think, has negative impacts, and I think this is a good balance. To speak to the YMCA piece briefly, as the Ward 2 City Councillor who talks to the YMCA from time to time, I had this conversation with them directly, just so you know, and asked them if they'd be willing to have a safer drug use space at the YMCA. They never really got back to me, but I want to let you know that conversation has happened. I've spoken to them. The composition of men's shelters in the city of Hamilton in Ward 3 and Ward 2 specifically, and the ones I've toured, I think almost all of them, the space allocations are different. So when we look at the YWCA, where they have a flexible space arrangement and they're able to move things around and move seniors programming here and open spaces, they're able to provide the actual space necessary. Now, it's not a lot of space. You don't need a huge volume of room to do this. But in order for many men's shelters to actually participate in this program, they have to give up actual living space. So when somebody would, for instance, no longer be using a room, they would fill that room with another person who could use it. They could, though, also decide not to fill that room and use that for a safer consumption space. Unfortunately, a lot of their funding is tied to room allocation. So if they give up that bed or give up that room or give up that space, they get a little bit less funding. So the incentive to do so isn't there. So I just want to give you the more holistic picture here of the competitive nature of this problem, and that it's not that simple. And the YMCA is welcome to come forward anytime they want to try and make that happen if they wish to give up a bed or give up space to do it. My understanding now, based on the composition of that facility, is that that's not something simple to do.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to ask for a separate vote on item DI. This is the part of this direction that assigns $300,000 to the safe consumption site at the YWCA. I'm just going to briefly explain my reasoning. I don't want to make a big deal of this. I certainly respect the difference of opinion on the effectiveness and impact of safe consumption sites. The YWCA is certainly a very effective and valuable community partner and a worthy recipient of additional funding. However, in good conscience, I just cannot vote in favor of assigning public tax dollars on programs that enable drug use, programs that have disastrous community impacts. I think this direction to fund safe consumption sites is really the opposite of what our focus as a council should be, which is addiction support, harm reduction, and treatment. Those are the messages I've been sharing with members of the public over and over, and I think are very well supported by the public. What I can tell you that the public absolutely does not support is enabling drug use in our community. I've had many conversations with our harm reduction and sector partners, and there's obviously varying opinions, but some are very much is supportive of that harm reduction and addiction support route with consequences to actions, and I respect that. I think we've seen recently the impacts that safe consumption sites have on communities in Toronto very publicly, the violence associated with that safe consumption site, and also across the United States. There's quite a bit of information on how these types of programs impact the surrounding neighborhoods. And I would suggest that if item DI fails, that it would be entirely appropriate to reassign the full funding, $600,000, to fund towards harm reduction in the men's emergency shelter system, where our staff have identified that is the greatest need. So if we could have a separate vote on DI, I will be opposed. And then an amending motion, if that would to fail, would be to increase the funding in DII to $600,000. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. We have quite a speakers list. We have Councillor Jackson next, and then Councillor Clark, and then for a second time, Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Crutch. So please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath. I appreciate Councillor Maureen Wilson bringing this forward, and I'm glad for the refresher on where we left off a few months ago, because if I recall, I wanted to move ahead at that time with the funding, but there were some of my colleagues, I continue to dub them very respectfully, much more progressive from a social justice standpoint in our community, and they raised some concerns that they wanted some more comprehensive options. And so here we are today. I'm a big fan of the YWCA. I have no issue whatsoever with funding the $300,000, Mayor Horwath, in D Roman numeral 1. I think when the Y presented last year at this time, maybe a little later, they talked about the incredible success of their safer use space at the YW, not to jinx them, but I don't believe they had any deaths whatsoever, any deaths at all whatsoever in providing this incredibly important service. And again, the YWCA, Mayor Horwath, is within a confined structural space. I'm also supportive of D Roman numeral 2, authorizing for the harm reduction program be embedded in men's emergency shelters at the additional equal cost of $300,000, again, to my understanding, within a confined structural space where things can be controlled and monitored. I would, though, Mayor Horwath, ask for a separate vote on D Roman numeral 3, the $67,000 for providing support for the unhoused people, primarily in encampments. Contrary, I respect what Councillor Danko said in terms of what he's hearing overall from his constituents. I don't doubt that at all. What I am still hearing since August the 18th City Council vote of last year, by a 10-6 vote to allow encampments in neighborhood parks with conditions. I am still hearing overwhelming sentiment from my East Mountain community how parks are not a solution for encampments. It's absolutely wrong. And when they pop up once in a while, my office is flooded with concerns from everyday citizens that want to enjoy the neighborhood parks safely and don't want to have even a perception of whether or not they should go, shouldn't go. They've heard screaming, various issues that have occurred, and we all know what they can be from time to time. And so my concern is, and maybe if any member of council wants to suggest naively, but it's my concern on behalf of my constituents that D Roman numeral 3 provides $67,000 to support front house people in encampments. That could very well then entrench encampments in neighborhood parks that will be getting these harm reduction supports. And I, on principle and in consistency's sake, Mayor Horwath, cannot support that. So I would ask for a separate vote on Roman numeral 3. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. We now have Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I provide any comments, can I get some clarification on D1, 2, and 3? D1, the last part of the sentence reads, for safer use space, and D2 reads harm reduction, D3 reads peer support. So can I get a definition of those three? Are we providing the same services in all three, or are the services different? Because I believe we wanted to do harm reduction, and now I see three terminologies, and I'm just a little bit confused.
No problem at all. Director Prieto, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to the councillor. So we would consider all of these harm reduction strategies. So the first one speaks to a safe use space, and again, that's an existing urgent public health needs site that is at the YWCA. It is a place where individuals can go and safely use substances where there are trained staff. They have access to safe supplies, and certainly, access to what we consider some wraparound services, so additional support for other needs that they may have. Harm reduction workers really are, again, another strategy. So these are individuals who, again, would support individuals who use substances, provide safe supplies as well, provide education around the importance of safe supplies, and certainly have further discussions similar to sort of what we would call wraparound services, and really trying to look at overall needs. And certainly if clients are ready, conversations around treatment would happen as well. Peer support is, again, we would consider a harm reduction initiative, and this is so not so much formalized workers, but really peers who can engage with individuals who are using substances. It is more, I guess, a one-on-one and at their level versus an actual more formalized worker. So again, noting that all three of these initiatives, though labeled differently, are all considered harm reduction strategies.
Thank you, Mayor. Further clarification is needed. So with respect to peer support, is it peers that are living in encampments? Who are the peers?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, this is an initiative that the Housing Division is currently working on. They wouldn't necessarily be peers living in encampments. Really, peers are individuals with lived or living experience. So they would be connected to an organization in the community.
And are these peers fighting addiction themselves, or they have overcome addiction?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. So we would consider these individuals with lived or living experience, so could be either or.
So we'd have addicts giving drugs to addicts.
So through you, Chair, the councillor, it would not be giving drugs to the addicts, so that would not be. Again, noting that these would be connected to organizations. So it's more, the peer support really is around how do you safely use, education on not using alone, for example, education on how to access safe sites, so places like the YWCA. But again, it's that connection through that lived and living experience.
So if I can paraphrase what I heard, we're having a call for applications to organizations that could provide that type of peer support.
Through you, Chair to the Council, that is correct.
And after the drugs are administered, are those peers staying on site to ensure that the resident doesn't fall into a coma?
Through you, Chair to the Councillor. So peer support workers, their main purpose is certainly not just to observe, someone using. So it really is more around providing that support and education. I can't speak to sort of, I would say I would assume absolutely as a peer, they would be available to provide support and to again ensure individuals were not using alone.
Last question, Madam Mayor, and you may have to put me on a second time, and I'm okay with that. Item number 2, it indicates harm reduction in men's emergency shelters at a cost of $300,000. We have the Salvation Army, we have Mission Services, and I forget the other one, Good Shepherd, I think it is. We're dividing $300,000 amongst all 3 of those organizations, or is there one that is getting it and the other 2 are not getting it?
Director?
Through you, Chair, to the councillors. So the original plan did call for 6 harm reduction workers that would be sort of shared amongst the men's shelter system. So really what we've done is this dollar amount would change that from 6 to about 3 harm reduction workers. And I think it would be a shared model amongst the men's shelters.
If you could put me on for a second time.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Make sure that happens. Councillor Nan, and I'll just let folks know where we are. So we have Councillor Nan next, Councillor Alex Wilson, and then Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Kretsch, and now Councillor Clark for a second time. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder for bringing forward this amendment and motion. Really appreciating the last whereas clause that stipulates really clearly that the Hamilton Opioid Action Table developed the following recommendations and that they were endorsed by the Hamilton Drug Strategy Steering Committee. And I think it's really important when the municipality, through our Hamilton Public Health Division, has created multi-stakeholder tables that help inform the implementation of our health policies, that as a council and governing table, that we heed the advice of those tables. They are the subject matter experts. They are the professional experts. They are the folks who know these issues in our community in the most intimate, intricate, and evidence-based way. They are the folks who help save lives across our community and across every neighborhood in our city. They're the folks who know these services inside and out. And so though it was council's good interest to open up that call for proposals, we got a very clear signal from our community that they weren't prepared to move in the ways that we were hoping as it relates to the men's system, shelter system. And so rather than sit with a pot of funds going towards no initiative, I think the table and the subsequent steering committee have come up with very good recommendations, and I'm here to wholly support them. I think it's important to remember as a council that evidence-based decision-making is key when it comes to health equity programs that save lives. CTSs have been demonstrated to have success, and it's important to not stigmatize these services based on one organization's experience in one municipality. I personally have visited CTS services administered in Kitchener and was honestly blown away, Mayor. Not only from the robust manner by which they serve the community that uses and the manner in which they save lives, but also the manner in which they engaged the local community preemptively to address local concerns that neighbors had in their operational model. There is demonstrated success and demonstrated excellence when it comes to this sector. And peer-based programs are also an example of excellence. It's an example of the services and the manner in which and the people in which who administer them that end up saving lives, but also assist in building relationships of trust where organizations fail. When you have a peer who's had lived experience or who is in a slightly different position on their drug use journey, being able to talk to folks who are also on the spectrum of their drug use journey is demonstrated to be so much more successful in building relationships of trust that result in direct referrals to health services and supports down the line. So this is about creating relationships of trust and actually saying that we are going to care for people not only in the point of intervention, but in the journey down the road towards healing and thriving and being active participants in our communities. I think it's really important every single time, Mayor, that we debate drug-related life-saving supports that are health programs, that we are cautious to not stigmatize the community. As I've said multiple times around this horseshoe table, we cannot assume who is using and who is not using. There's a lot of functionality in folks in the way in which they've chosen to self-medicate, dealing with the circumstances of their lives. And it's been statistically proven, and the federal government has come forward to say it is health professionals, it is emergency workers, it is trade workers, there's folks who are working on the rigs. There are people who we rely on every day, day in and day out, in their professional realm, as well as in the community who use. And we want to make sure that they stay alive and get connected to the supports they deserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share first, I think I'm really disappointed in the conversation thus far and would echo Councillor Nan's warning about stigmatization. We're here at a leadership table, and I think leadership is not about throwing others under the bus who do not have the privilege of being in this room, framing experiences as dangerous or causing social harms in community based on things in the news or anecdotal experiences, when we also have a widespread amount of firsthand accounts that we can look at. We have peer-reviewed data. We have medical professionals giving care guidelines at a federal level, like this is medical, this isn't political work, this is medical work. But I think there have been questions asked and would really encourage all members of this council to take a tour of Carol Ann's Place, 300 meters away from where we're sitting right now or so, a safer use space, the one we're talking about, a safer use space that relies on peer workers as an additional layer of support who are never in the space without staff from the YWCA. And so they provide additional levels of support. It's not giving out drugs or handling out drugs. This is always done. People are getting their prescriptions oftentimes, sometimes as well. And this is a place where they're accessing those prescriptions. Written by folks who use Carol Ann's Place is a little zine that I have here, not using it as a prop, but just reading from it to get some of those lived experiences. It's so much more than just a safer space to use drugs. It's a point of connection for people who have been excluded from accessing other services and shelters because of their substance use. Since opening its doors, the Safer Use Space has connected many women, trans, and non-binary people to a range of supports and services, including crisis support following gender-based violence, emergency reproductive health care services, mental health services, and gender-affirming health care services. It is not an opinion, but it is a fact that they also save this city money, with 0 calls to 911, 0 calls to police, and 0 people transferred to hospital in their first year of operations. In that first year, they saved the lives of 53 women and non-binary people through responding to drug poisonings and overdoses, and they had over 203 unique guests. Here's just what some folks talk about when they talk about the value of having this space in their community. One that has been said to causing societal harms around this table in this debate. It's just a place to be treated like a human being, is what one user said. It's a safe haven, a calm environment that is supportive emotionally, mentally, in regards to our overall wellness. The Safer Use Space is a good place to meet new people, hang out, a place to safely use drugs. There is no judgment, and a safe place where you can be yourself and talk with staff. Although I do not use drugs anymore, I was able to build strong relationships and friendship. There is no discrimination. Overall, I love the place and the staff and management. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I think it's really important that whenever we're having conversations about how we allocate funding in this city, we are holding the positions of those most directly impacted by our funding decisions here in this room with us. I'm really supportive of the motion to get on with this conversation that we've now had multiple times around this table about how do we move forward after declaring an opioid emergency. Despite the politicization that we're seeing in partisan politics at the provincial and federal levels around safer use spaces that we've seen since Harper era, particularly in Alberta, where safer use spaces have been cracked down on first, and now it's coming here, coming to BC, coming to other places. I think it's so vital that we keep remembering that we have not just evidence here, but we have a program that is really Canadian renowned. And we need to be holding up local examples of excellence wherever we find them, not adding to and contributing to already what are some very difficult situations for these spaces to operate in, already such vigilance that they have to be. So I'm hearing the ding, but I would just ask that we all elevate our discussion around this table and focus on how we're getting the outcomes that we've set in our various strategic plans, like our opioid action plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I just want to say that we have a couple more speakers, and I'd like to make sure people are very thoughtful about how they articulate their position on this matter so that we can have a respectful debate. So we'll now go to Councillor Maureen Wilson, please, for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath, and thanks for those guiding words. I just want to read a quote that came out from March of this year. The system must first take urgent steps to keep people alive, such as creating safe spaces where people can use unregulated drugs and providing regulated pharmaceutical alternatives. That statement is from Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, issued in the month of March. I admit I am a little confused at this point in the discussion because this council unanimously supported an opioid action plan which identified its support for a safe consumption site in a men's shelter. But we found that that men's shelter space is not available for whatever reason, including perhaps a financial decision that it gets its funding on a per diem bed basis. They can't give up the room. Whatever reason that is, there were no takers. You know what? I get kind of offended when we have to spend public dollars on emergency shelters because it's not housing. I get publicly offended when we have to spend public resources for people going into encampments. But we do that because people are dying. We don't have alternative, affordable, accessible housing available to them. So we put a measure in that saves lives. And if you start from the premise that every individual is holy, because that's where I start from, then it is not for us to judge and to add stigma to how they got there, unless and until we provide the deep-rooted preventative measures, either when you're in vitro, when you're the mother, or whether you're a child through multi-generational trauma, whatever path leads you to the predicament and the situation where you're using, like emergency shelters, it's not ideal, but we have failed to invest in those preventative measures. And so it's our responsibility to follow the evidence and the health guidance in order to keep people alive. And that is the decision which is before us. Emergency department visits for opioid overdoses increased 494% between 2016 and 2021. And deaths have increased 31% just between 2020 and 2021. And in 1 year alone, For 8 months, there were 139 confirmed or probable opioid-related deaths in Hamilton. This is about saving lives. This is about reducing stigma, and these are less than ideal conditions, but unless and until we find ourselves in a place where there's an alternative, it is what it is. So again, I'm going to remain consistent in my support, which I gave last year, which was support of a expert-advised action plan, reviewed by peers, reviewed by professionals, and I'm going to give my support for that further consultation, which is informed, which informs this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Crutch, please.
Not much for me to say at this point. Councillors Nan, Alex Wilson, and Maureen Wilson said pretty much everything I wanted to say, and really want to thank Councillor Alex Wilson for bringing the experiences of those who were most impacted by this to the council table as part of this discussion. Reading their words, I think it's important for us to hear them. So I'll be brief, and I'll say that the public I hear from in Ward 2 are concerned when they see someone struggling. And that person's alone. And they want someone to be there to support them. This will enable that to happen. This will help us to ensure that we can provide peer support programs. It's not always easy for our city workers, our outreach workers, other people to just show up somewhere and offer support to someone and expect they're going to receive it with an open hand. It requires building trust, and the peer element of a peer support program is essential. I know that firsthand. So I think that we have to make space for that, and I'm glad that's part of this, because it's obviously recognizing that there are a myriad number of things going on here. Just because the word encampment is used doesn't suddenly mean a whole host of things about every single operation of an encampment across our city. Every single conversation we've ever had about an encampment suddenly is on the table for a rediscussion. This is about a very specific thing, and the language is quite clear. Just like it's a really specific thing to give this funding to the YWCA Safer Use Space. And you heard the statistics from Councillor Alex Wilson about the different things that that program has been able to deliver in terms of savings and lives saved. Ultimately, that's what this is about. Each one of these measures is going to help save people's lives. I don't think anyone here voted against that at any point. We all voted continuously in the last 2 budgets to absolutely make sure we have the best programs in our city to help save people's lives. That's what this is about and nothing else.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't have any further questions. I'd just like to provide a few comments, if I may.
Please go ahead.
When I was chair of the Emergency and Community Services Committee, I took it upon myself to go out and tour the men's shelter in downtown Hamilton, Salvation Army, Good Shepherd, and Mission Services. It was very enlightening. The majority of the residents who are using the shelters are not drug addicts. They are people who have fallen on hard times. A number of them were working, and they were using the shelter as a bed while their belongings were in their truck or their van. I understood from the shelter operators that they had some concerns about operating our harm reduction service in their facility legitimately because they had a lack of space, which has been articulated by many of my colleagues around the room. Yet they went out of their way to do what they could to help people who were experiencing addiction and were going to use, and they monitored the beds all night long to make sure that no one was in health distress, which I thought was very admirable of the organization to do that. And the opioid crisis, we think of the shelters, whether men's or women's, and that's where that crisis is. It is not. The crisis is citywide. The crisis is hitting moms and dads who are working, yet still using because they're trying to cope. It's moms and dads who were given opioids by their doctor because they had a really bad back injury and then made the decision, yeah, you're done with morphine. We got to get you off of it. A number of them are put on methadone. Methadone is provided by doctors in their offices, or methadone is provided by pharmacists. You'd be surprised how many pharmacists are providing methadone on a daily basis to patients who are trying to break the addiction. So it's important that we understand that some of these harm reduction services, they're not just in the shelter, but it's beyond the shelter. And the government funds that through OHIP. I've met with staff and I've spoken with staff, and they've made it very clear that all of the harm reduction facilities, what they do is they build up a relationship with those who need that assistance. And as a result of that assistance, peer-to-peer, they get to encourage them to consider coming off of the drugs, getting rehabilitative help. If you offered rehabilitative help, as Councillor Marula told me a number of times, immediately without any support, they're going to run away because they've heard all that before. They hear it from their wife, they hear it from their kids. And so the issue is building that rapport, building that trust, building that relationship to encourage them to come off of the drugs, and then working with them to provide a titration process where they slowly wean themselves off, they use methadone, and eventually, God willing, eventually, they're no longer addicted. That's what's happening in our city. So I don't necessarily like the fact that we're having to create these programs, but the fact is residents in our community are suffering and they need that assistance. And it's not encouraging more drug addiction. It's helping those who are addicted acknowledge their addiction, acknowledge and learn the insights of their situation with the hope and the dream, the aspiration that one day they can get off those drugs, help others, because that's what happens, and live a more meaningful life without losing the trust and the love of their family because they are addicted. And that's the challenge. So I support what is before us here. I was baffled by the $300,000 for 4 shelters in the city, but I understand the rationale, and perhaps as time goes on, we'll be able to get additional funding from the feds and the province to assist them to create a space while not taking away beds. Those are all my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So the motion is now before us, and there's been a request to remove item 2I, or DI and D triple I. So D1 and D, I'm sorry? For a separate vote. That's what I meant. Remove them for a separate vote. So we'll start with 2DI, or 1. So there's, you're voting on that particular section of the motion. Please put the vote up. That carries 11 to 3. Thanks. We're now on to, for a separate vote, triple I. D triple I. That carries 9-5. Thanks very much. And now we're on to the balance of the motion that's before us. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. We are now at statements by members. Item 9. So as is the custom, folks who want to make a statement are welcome to do so. You would need to get on the speaker's list, and we'll open that list now for members to indicate a desire to say a few words about their ward, about what's on their mind. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I use this as an opportunity to ask staff? There is a report coming to the next public health meeting. It's about the air monitoring around the landfill. And I'm asking if we can release that to the public a week in advance of public health so the residents have an opportunity to comment on it. The traditional time frame is relatively narrow in scope, and so I've been asked by residents to see if we can get that document out earlier. If it's written, I can't get something out that's not done.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely, we'll look into that and we'll follow up with your office and let you know as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, and Clerk Pilon, please.
Mayor, we usually have a motion to do that. So if there could be a motion to release that report 1 week earlier, and then we'll have the LC publish that agenda with just that report.
Okay, can we go, so we're in a bit of a quandary now because we're at a different section in the agenda. We get the statements by members done. And then maybe go to a motion from Councillor Clark. It doesn't seem to be very controversial, so let's do that then. Did you have any further comments, Councillor Clark, in terms of statements by members?
Yes. I just wanted to thank the residents who have been so patient as we have been dealing with traffic management issues, planning issues, permits, as we're going through this cybersecurity, ransom, whatever we call it now. It is challenging. It has been challenging for our staff because they're rebuilding records from backups, and that is impacting the timelines. And so it is not an indication that the city does not care or that council does not care, that we're not pushing forward on these traffic management decisions. It's a question of getting the data in so that we can move forward on the council and committee decisions. And I want to thank staff for all their hard work on this. It has been a real challenge. We're not out of it yet. And I know that it's weighing heavy on staff's minds as they're receiving calls from people saying, where's my building permit? Where's this? Where's that? And they're doing their very best to catch up and get it done. So I'm simply encouraging folks to be a little bit more patient as we move through this process together. We're not dropping the ball. We're trying to find the ball and pick it up again and start running. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a few events coming up in Ward 3 and also citywide. So this weekend on April 13th is our Youth Town Hall here at City Hall. There is still opportunity for folks to register in order to participate. There will be breakout sessions on topics that young people have identified that they want to understand more, tackle, and consider what kind of contributions they could make in their local communities around those priority issues for young people. On April 20th and 21st, back to the Youth Town Hall. If you're interested, hit up several councillors' social media channels. Also, check out the city's website. The registration information is available either through a QR code or a link that's posted in all three. And it'll take place in the afternoon. On April 20th and 21st, across many neighborhoods across the entire city, we're going to experience Earth Day Team Up to Clean Up events. Just wanted to point out for Ward 3 residents that Powell Park Clubhouse will remain our hub if you don't know where to go, i.e. you decide that morning on the 20th that you want to participate and maybe don't have a neighborhood cleanup, or you're new to the city, or you're new to your neighborhood. Great opportunity to come in, drop in, learn about where the need is, and be deployed that way. Meanwhile, Crown Point West, St. Clair Laneways, the Stinson community, as well as other neighbors are slated to go on April 20th and 21st. Big thank you to all the neighbors who roll up their sleeves annually to help contribute to beautifying our city. On April 25th, Ward 3 and Ward 4 are teaming up along with city staff to host a community meeting at Crown and Press Cafe and Gallery. And the topic we'll be discussing is enhancing Ottawa Street. So for our shared residents in the Crown Point community, both east and west, Ottawa Street has been a topic of concern and interest for many, many years. And both Councillor Huang and I have been responsive, along with city staff, on some of the unfortunate scenarios that have taken place in the intersection at Cannon and Ottawa Street, where vehicles have left the road and struck directly into our adjacent coffee shops and restaurants. However, the rest of the street also is in need of some intention as it relates to implementing Vision Zero. And so the meeting that will be taking place on April 25th will be an opportunity for residents to drop in, hear from our city staff in terms of some of the concepts and ideas to enhance Ottawa Streetscape so that it's more pedestrian friendly and can be a thriving commercial corridor that also is about community life and living. And then finally, on April 30th, the Ward 3 office, along with our community collaborators, the Gala Neighborhood Association, the BIA, Barton Village BIA, as well as the 541 Eatery, and our adjacent community members will be co-hosting a meeting with city staff to discuss Woodlands Park. After the fire that took place at New Year's and the unfortunate impact to our municipal facility there in terms of the washroom, staff will be providing an update in terms of the inspection reports, but also an opportunity to explore both temporary and permanent solutions moving forward so that Woodlands Park can continue being a beloved space that is prepared to host many of our community members throughout the upcoming months. So again, all of those events are available for you to receive more information. Go over to the Ward 3 website at narendra.ca or follow along on our social media channels on Instagram, Facebook. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Wang, please.
Similar to Councillor Nan, we've got a whole suite of different opportunities this month. Super excited about the youth town hall that's happening this Saturday. Also super excited about the April 25th community meeting on Ottawa Street. So it's, I think, the first time we've ever had a meeting together, so I'm super excited about that one. But similar to Ward 3, we also have cleanup events. Specifically on the 20th, we have the McQuestion Urban Farm cleanup. So if you're interested in also learning about what's happening at McQuestion Urban Farms, it's a great opportunity to see all the good work that's happening there. And on April 29th, 7th, wait, hold on. April 29th, Ward 4 will be hosting our spring town hall, and that will be an opportunity to also have residents come and learn a little bit more about what's happening in the ward, but also to hear about some of the LRT enhancements that are happening along Main Street and Rosewood. So lots happening in the month of April for Ward 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mayor Horvath. Very busy spring and summer on the East Mountain. 7 quick public service announcement projects and program updates. Number 1, finally, through the great work of Director Jackie Kennedy and her team, Mountain Brow Boulevard and Concession Street Phase 2 construction hopefully will begin in May or June of this year. I have a May 7th, 6:30 p.m. Town Hall meeting at the Sherwood Library. One last opportunity for the community to take a look as the project is going to tender, but we've had several town halls over the years. It's going to be exciting as a continuum of the multi-use trail that was from Mohawk to Old Crest near the Kenilworth Circle. Mayor Horvath from 6-7 years ago. So popular. The popularity, I'm sure, will increase with even greater usage when we go from the Kenilworth Circle all the way over to Upper Gauge. But May 7th, 6:30 p.m. at the Sherwood Library, please join me and staff for the final presentation. Secondly, many people are asking about the Sherwood Bowling Lanes Plaza development that was approved last July. It's been 6-7 months. Everything is under site plan process right now, so I will send out a letter soon to indicate that to the community, but nothing is beginning or moving forward in terms of construction because planning staff are still reviewing the site plan process. Number 3, Broughton East Park, 9 years, my longest open file. Mayor Horvath, I was young once. The Broughton East Park file, it wasn't that funny, folks. The Broughton East Park file, finally, hopefully waiting ministry approval, sign off. We'll do a land exchange between the French language boards and the city to preserve much needed 9 acres of parkland on Broughton East Park, and to find and secure a much larger site for the new joint French language boards, public and Catholic new school and community center as well. Fourthly, Mayor Horvath, Mountain Drive Park at Upper Gauge and Concession, Phase 2 with splash pad. Sun shelter, new playground, multi-use path, lighting. Phase 2 will be underway this summer and fall at Mountain Drive Park at Upper Gauge and Concession. Fifthly, Hampton Park. I just recently had a meeting with the Citizens Committee chaired by Catherine Gottaspati at the Sherwood Library with city staff. They've approved sign off on the new playground to replace the 25-year-old structure at Hampton Park. And if it doesn't get started this year, weather permitting, then for sure it'll be at this time next year. The new playground will be installed with some other amenities, thanks to the Citizens Committee. Number 6, Huntington Park Rec Center. I'm going to host a town hall meeting in June to discuss improvements and upgrades to this nearly 50-year-old rec center that last had improvements about 20 years ago, to talk about renovations and possible expansion. And lastly, my office has been inundated, Mayor Horvath, number 7, even though it's a Hamilton Wentworth Public School Board project at Sherwood Secondary that was saved, and hoping the students are all going to come back to Sherwood this coming fall for fall session from the old Barton site. But there's a brand new development as well, redevelopment of the sports field, which the city did sign off on site plan, and has caused a lot of feedback in the community. A few trees had to be removed for construction's sake, a new enhanced football field, new multi-use track, some bleachers, scoreboard, fencing. But I can assure the community that from the city's end of things, along with the school board, we'll be planting 3-4 times the number of trees that have been removed, and we're being sensitive to parking in the community as well. That project is underway as we speak. Thanks for your indulgence, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Four items I want to report on. First of all, I want to sing the praises of Justin LaRouche, who runs a landscaping business in Flamborough. For the second consecutive year, he and his team organized a community cleanup of neighborhood parks. They had 80 volunteers out. I think they collected about 104 full bags of various things that needed to be picked up. Hooray for them. Also to Milkos Kandos of Fortinos, who organized a Cram the Cruiser with food recently. And our police services group worked with them to gather food for the Flamborough Food Bank, as you know, which is very stretched like most food banks in the city. Third, we have a Good Roads, Safe Streets community gathering coming up with Mike Fields and Carolyn Rael. Right now, there are over 60 people registered for that, and we're still 10 days away, so it's going to be an important event. About 54% of all the calls I get as a councillor have to do with street safety, potholes, stop signs, speed lights, drag racing, you name it. And finally, I had the privilege of attending yesterday the retirement gala acknowledgement of the work of Rob McIsaac, who was leaving as executive president and chief executive officer of Health Sciences. Rob has been an exemplary public servant. As you know, Madam Mayor, he served as mayor of the city of Burlington for a couple of terms. He was recruited by a previous provincial government to do the preamble work on the Greenbelt. He subsequently headed up the Metrolinx operation, transit. He served with distinction at my Mohawk College alma mater, and finally with the Hamilton Health Services. I suspect you may have already sent him a congratulatory note, but if that's not happened, if you would do that, please, on behalf of the council, I would be in your debt for that. He's a fine person, gave a wonderful team-building speech around collaboration and the future of healthcare in our city, and I was just so pleased on behalf of the city to be there to say hi for him and to him. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. So this is a day of doing things a little bit differently. We will go to Councillor Clark for a motion, but not quite yet. I'm going to say a few words, and then I'm going to give Councillor Nan a chance to share some breaking news with the council. So first, I just want to say that tonight, we have the Chamber of Commerce Outstanding Business Awards that are happening. So that's something I think that's important for folks to note. And if you're available to participate, I'm sure that you would be welcome. Tomorrow night, the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce has their Outstanding Business Awards. And so looking forward to representing council at both of those events. And I just wanted to share with you the issue of the eclipse has come up a couple of times. And I received an email yesterday, and I just wanted to share the body of it with you because it really does speak to people's experiences, and I thought it was really quite great that somebody sent their feelings along. And it goes like this. Hello. I had some people visiting from Quebec, and we wanted to go see the eclipse yesterday. This was, of course, came in yesterday. Of course, the first thought was to go to Niagara Falls. However, we decided on Hamilton, which also is in the path of totality. What a great decision. Contrary to Niagara Falls, $100 per spot parking, expensive meals, etc. Hamilton was absolutely amazing. We went to view the eclipse at Pier 4 Park. The police officers directing traffic on the way in and on the way out were amazing. No long traffic jams, and so well organized and professional. Parking was readily available, and unlike other places, not only was there no increased pricing, there was no charge. The park was lovely. Hamilton staff on site, including those providing free glasses, were so attentive, professional, and welcoming. The viewing was amazing as the clouds cleared just in time. So just this quick note to say that my visitors from Quebec were so impressed with Hamilton and how welcoming it was. I too was beyond impressed also. Thank you to Hamilton for an amazing experience and for being such a welcoming city. I heard a lot about welcoming city many times now in the last little while. So thanks to everyone, all of the council, but all of the staff, all of the folks who were involved with the eclipse. It was really something we can be proud of in terms of our welcoming of visitors. So on that note, I'm going to go to Councillor Nan for a brief sharing of breaking news. Please go ahead, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. With much anticipation, Mayor, and just big thank you to the entire sector here in Hamilton that support survivors of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence day in and day out. I often say it is the best demonstration of love in action when folks are at the most painful, violent, horrendous moments that we have people who wrap their arms around individuals who are survivors of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence day in and day out in the city, and do so often in a circumstance that is deeply underfunded and bring some of those organizations' sustainability into question. And as a municipality, we've done everything we can here in Hamilton to lift up those organizations, dig deep into our community enrichment fund, as well as through our staff recommendations to move available resources into the VAW shelter system. And so with that, breaking news from the Ontario government is that they have supported the NDP motion to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in the province, and have heard loud and clear municipalities who have taken the same declaration that this council has done. 60 municipalities across the entire province have declared this an epidemic and have sent a very strong signal to the province that they have to and must do more to provide the health-based interventions and the social service support, as well as the shelter system support that is desperately needed. We know the statistics, we know our neighbors, we know how deeply this problem has continued to grow in our communities, especially in the pandemic, but also before the pandemic. The numbers were skyrocketing, and they remain skyrocketing. So it is a big day of celebration for those of us who support the sector, those of us who've spent time working in the sector, and hopefully, as a result of this epidemic being declared, we'll see some funding dollars coming from the province to help bolster the work in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, yes, absolutely. And thank you for your leadership on this, Councillor Nan, and so many of you around the table who have been very engaged for some time on the intimate partner violence piece. So we don't have any further folks on the list for the opportunity to say a few words. So we are now headed into a couple of decisions. It is 5 to 12. We have council communication updates, which I think we can just undertake without any problem. And then we're into private and confidential. And so I guess I was just trying to get a sense from folks around the table. Do you want to keep motoring on? Do you want to take a quick break? Any kind of sense here? Keep going? Keeping camera, okay, I definitely would prefer that myself, just to even take a half an hour break, and we can kind of, we have to shut things down anyways to go into camera, so it'll be a chance for people to take a quick break. So on that note then, we've completed statements by members. We were going to go to Councillor Clark for a quick motion in terms of getting some information out sooner than normal on the GFL issue.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
And I don't mean to create this problem for council or yourself, Mayor. My intent was, I was hoping that staff could just simply take the direction rather than having a motion, because we don't usually do motions under member statements. But we are where we are. We don't have general information and new business in the agenda. I didn't see it. I looked and I couldn't find it. So we're just kind of slipping it in between member statements.
Slipping it in. I'm giving you a lot of leeway here, Councillor.
Yeah. But I'm going to open the door for others down the road, and I'm nervous about that. Anyways, we'll deal with that later on. So the motion is really simple. There's an anticipated report coming back from Public Health on independent third-party air monitoring by the city, and the motion would be that that report be released to the public perhaps 5 days before the due date. I believe most of the report is done. At least that's what I heard from staff. And residents would like to be prepared to write letters to council to provide, or to Public Health to provide their input on that report. That is simply the intention. So
Okay.
if I could move that.
That's moved by Councillor Clark, that direction, seconded by Councillor Jackson. I don't know if we need a lot of discussion on this, so we'll just ask for the indulgence of the councillors and go to that vote.
And again, Mayor, my apologies.
And just for information, GM Meter is identifying that, in fact, this is definitely something that can happen. So that carries 15-0. Thanks, and I appreciate your indulgence, councillors, for letting us do something completely out of order from the agenda. Having said that, let's then get a motion. Let's actually do the communications, or rather the council communications updates. And then we'll take a break before the private confidential. So, Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I have please have a motion to receive the council communications update listing?
Certainly that the listing of council communication updates from March 22nd of this year to April of this year be received. It's moved by myself and March's Deputy Mayor, Councillor Critch.
Okay. I don't think there are any speakers. Nobody's identifying that they'd like to say anything about those. So then we'll go to the vote, and it's up now. So. That carries 15-0. I'll now take a motion to recess for a half an hour lunch break, and that is moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Danko. We'll take the vote up, please, and we'll be back at 12:30. Okay, thanks, everyone. That's going to be confirmed in a second, and that carries 15-0. So just so you know, we get back, we'll get the motion to go into camera, and that will be the remainder of the meeting. Okay? Thanks, everyone. All right, we're online. Everything's good, up and running? All right, excellent. Welcome back, everyone. We just have a few more matters to deal with. We are on to item 11, which is the private and confidential section of the agenda. And first of all, we have minutes from the last in-camera session. So can I have a motion, please, to approve the closed session minutes of the March 27, 2024 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. We have that vote up, please, unless there's any discussion. I don't see any. Okay, that carries 10-0. Thanks very much. Before I move to the in-camera motion, I wanted to let the media folks know that following the closed session, City Manager Clucky and I are going to be available for any kind of media avail that you folks might need or want. So we'll probably come out of closed, have a quick bio break, and then meet you out front. Okay, thanks so much. So may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 11.2 pursuant to section 9.3 subsection A of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsection A of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the security of the property of the city or a local board. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Nan. Can we please put the vote up? Okay, that carries 10-0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. We're now going to shut everything down and get ready for the closed discussion. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks very much. We're now back in session. So please ensure you're back in the open portal of eScribe, and we're ready to go. Can I then now have a motion to receive the verbal update and maintain the confidentiality of this matter? Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Let's put that vote up, please. There we go. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to the bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion on the bills?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by March Deputy Mayor Councillor Cretch, that bills number 24-045 to 24-056 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk.
Thanks very much. So we have that vote up, please. That carries 15-0. So that's everything. We'll now have a motion for adjournment, please. Moved by Councillor Taddison and seconded by Councillor Cretch. Okay, thanks very much, everyone. That carried 15-0. Enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your week.